but the instruction was to give it to, my engagement was with the MMC's office, Mr. PA, and I've engaged with the MMC as well on the issue, but I can't discount the fact that the city manager did not, decided not to do that, but I was in direct communication with the MMC, especially because it came through the political side. One of the issues that the city manager was very annoyed about was why was this report gone to the mayor and the MMC, and it could have been then directing that way to the MMC's office. So since you received it, you deal with it. But I just follow the instructions. I engaged with the MMC, I engaged with the city manager, and then I said, send it to the MMC. Hence the letter said to Linda to send it to the MMC.
Okay. Okay, we can move on then to deal with the next aspect, which is the contents of the response on PN 19.
Maybe before you do that, Mr. Gus, just to clear my confusion here. Mr. Behari, the PN 19 letter is dated the 6th of December 2023. And then in the supplementary, these new documents in the supplementary bundle, at page 84, that's your email to Linda Naika. That email is the 7th of December. And then you say, hi Linda, please see revised letter for MMC. Advocate Zulu will submit the comprehensive report. So, and what you attach, I think what you've discussed with Ms. Sigals Ngube is page 85 is what was attached to that letter. So, and if that is so, on the 7th of December, you send this draft at page 85. And the very last sentence of that letter says, I have since referred the report for consideration and implementation of the findings. This is on the 7th of December. But on the 30th of November, still in that supplementary bundle at page 86, on the 30th of November, you have prepared a completely different draft, which, this is on the 30th of November. You've prepared a different draft, which Ms. Sigals will discuss with you the contents of. Plus, but this is the one that ends with, you don't accept the suggestion of IPIT. Please, and then you say to IPIT, please respond within the next 10 days. And that letter again would have come from the MMC at page 87. So it would have come from the MMC. So on the 30th of November, it's a completely different posture to one taken on the 7th of December, which says it will be implemented and still coming from the same MMC. And then we know from PN 19 that it's again a completely different letter on the 6th of December. Can you just explain what was going on here?
Thank you.
A decision not to comply, and then there's a decision to comply, and all of it comes under your hand. So you must have thought about it in a certain way.
So Mr. Baloy, thank you for that. If you look at document page 86, which is the letter from Linda Naika, of the page 86 of the supplementary.
November, your email.
30th of November, yes.
This is Linda Naika's email.
Linda Naika's email?
Yeah.
To the PA of the MMC.
Yes.
Reference is made to a meeting held with the EM and MMC, amongst others, on the 9th of or 12th of September. Attached there to be the draft to be placed on the MMC's letterhead. So that was the document that was drafted in that draft form, and it correlates to exactly to the document PN 19. Thereafter, there were some revisions that were to be placed, and hence, in the email from myself to Linda, I said on the 7th of December, Linda, kindly see revised data for MMC. Advocate Zulu will submit a comprehensive report. That was the end of where I was there. Then, on the 6th of December, there was a letter.
A day before.
A day before.
A day before you send a draft that says, from the MMC, that says, I have since referred the report for consideration and implementation of the findings. Because, maybe let me just explain what I'm trying to clarify. It's the PN 19 letter is not which is the 6th of December. It's not an implementation of the findings, as you will discuss with Ms. Nube now.
No.
It's a challenge of the IPID report, and yet, and unless I'm reading it wrong, and yet on the 7th of December, the letter that you attach says, I have since referred the report for consideration and implementation of the findings. So if page 85 in the supplementary bundle had gone out to IPID, IPID would have been under the impression, was being given the impression that its findings are being implemented. That's the impression it was being given in this draft that you are sending on the 7th, right?
Yeah.
Do you agree with me?
It certainly looks like that.
Yes. And yet, on the 6th, your office, a day before, has prepared and sent out what you say is an internal document, has sent out a document that is not implementing the IPID report. So there's this impression, worrying impression, that it seems there was an intention to mislead IPID to say we are implementing when in fact the internal document clearly was not intending to implement.
Chair, I'm just trying to get that part where we said we're implementing.
It's on page 85.
It's 85, the very last sentence.
Okay. But to correlate that back to the, trying to get it back to the first document here. You see,
The first document is emailed on the 30th, page 86, 30th of November, which is, and that document is to be found 87 to 90. You are the author, as we can see from 91. That document is identical to PN 19. That was sent on the 30th of November. The document that Commissioner Baloy is asking you about is on page 85, which was sent on the 7th of December, which is a one-pager that effectively says we are considering and implementing the findings of IPID. And there's a difference of 7 days. So the 30th of November, you sent the long letter where you rubbish IPID's findings, but on the 7th, there is a one-pager where you're effectively communicating that there's going to be an implementation of the findings. So the question is, what brought about the change? Is it because the MMC didn't agree with the letter that was sent to her on the 30th of November, where she had to sign and put on her letterhead?
no, Chair, we didn't. I'm trying to see if this should have been a full document. I mean, the 85. There's, you know, I don't think there was any other additional documents. It's just one page. And I agree, it says here, I've since referred the report for consideration and implementation. That's from the MMC. It was an earlier document there, she would have said, I've referred the document for consideration and implementation. And which you would have done already when we had the meeting for, the initial meeting. What did it say? Okay. So there's no dates and so on, hence it's what I'm finding, but the intention of the MMC, because the report was given to her and to the mayor, would have been to respond to IPID and say, I've since reported to fulfill her functions. Her report would have gone to the city manager to implement. City manager then would have, so this document of the 6th of December would have been drafted then for the purposes of, so it's an engagement to Linda to say that Advocate Zulu will do a comprehensive report, but there's some things that are missing in there. I can't have a two-line, but there was never intention to.
No.
It did challenge the contents of the IPID report in terms of its here. It was signed on the 30th of December, so that is the timeline I'm trying to wrap my head against.
Well, the 6th December letter, the letter that's dated 6th December and signed by your juniors on the 13th of December, was obviously drafted prior to the 30th of November when it was sent to the MMC. It was sent to the MMC as a draft for her to append her signature and put it on her letterhead. The wording of that letter at page 87 to 90 is identical to what is your juniors signed. So the draft was obviously prepared before 6 December because what you intended to do was to send this to the MMC. Then on the 7th, a different draft is sent by you to Linda to communicate a different instruction or a different letter to the MMC saying, here's the revised letter for the MMC. And Commissioner Baloyi wants to know why is there a revision, and a substantial revision. We've gone from a 4-page document to a 1-pager saying we're going to implement the findings.
So the 1-pager, as I said, I would not have, in my sense, only had a 1-pager document to implement the findings. Hence, I don't know where and what is before me, of course, is I can't dispute this now. But in terms of what there's no document where, even this document is unsigned, or there's no indication of who's drafted this document. But it would have been more to that. But I have since referred the report for consideration and implementation. That would have been then an initial assessment, I believe, to the IPID to say that then there were the follow-up documents then would have been crafted in this regard. I'm not aware, as I said, I don't have the full documents on that 1-pager. It seems to be an unfinished document. But
Mr. Behari, can you go to page 91, which is the document properties of the long letter, the long draft, which has your name as the author? Do you see the title of the document? Draft for MMC IPID Makwanazi, just as you pronounce his name, Makwanazi with the A, 23/11/2023. So the document was drafted on the 23rd of November, 2023, by you. It is then sent as a draft to Linda to send to the MMC on the 30th of November for her to put her signature and send it to IPID. She doesn't do that clearly because on the 7th of December you send a different letter to Linda to send to the MMC, which effectively says we are implementing the findings. It's not a difficult trail to follow.
Council, the page 91 refers to the author for me authoring the document on page 87. Right. That is a full document here, which is different from the 1-pager.
Yes, that's what we're saying. The 1-page is not an incomplete document. It's only missing her signature. It's got the addresses. It doesn't have a date, but it has it's a complete letter. The report for consideration and implementation of the findings. All that it needs is her signature. And you don't even say in the letter that you sent the email that you sent to Linda on page 84, you say, please see the revised letter. You don't even refer to it as a draft letter. You say the revised letter for MMC. Then you say Advocate Zulu will submit comprehensive report later. And I submit to you that that comprehensive report is PN 19 because the MMC didn't want to send PN 19. She didn't want to put a signature on it. You changed the letter on her instruction most likely, and then you drafted PN 19 as the report to IPID. This was the city's report. This is the comprehensive report that's being referred to.
The one on
page 84.
The one on page 84.
Yes, you converted the long document, page 87, into a report because the MMC didn't want to append her signature to it.
Chair, the MMC at all stages in the discussion, and if you look at let's look at that page 85, Chair, if I may. The opening part is just the same. The issue is, and that's what I'm saying, I'm worried about this not being a full document. I've never seen a document in all, even when we, that is a 1-pager deals with this now. I've since referred the report for consideration, yes. That was in a draft form. I don't know what the content of it is. But the MMC at all stages, because she was engaged in terms of referring to and reporting back to IPID. We drafted the document, but we did raise the concerns. Now, this document here of the 6th of December would have been the full report that would have been sent to the MMC's office and to the IPID. Now, I ascertained from the divisional heads on the 13th, or who signed on the 13th, that this document never went out. But I see here, please see revised letter from MMC, for MMC Advocate Zulu on the 7th of December. And that is where perhaps I'm struggling a bit, but it was never a document that was, as I said, I don't have a full document here, the 85 one. I've never done any document in this time. The trail that you're referring to on page 30, on page 91, refers to the other document on page 87, which then seems to be the one document that comes over. Is the page 87 document, the draft there to MMC, is the same document here with 344 PN19, which has the issue of the office of the HOD. So there was clearly an intention to send this through to the IPID. We drafted the document, but I ascertained from internal staff it never went out to IPID. And I don't know what was the reason for that, but from having deleted this document here and then transposed it, it would have been, and even there, it doesn't come from the office of the HOD. I would not have sent out a document. So these are some of the issues I found that after I became aware of this, in fact, only last year, when I should have been more prudent and followed up and said, where's the documents? Why have we not sent it out, or whatever it is? But that was never done. But it was not for, and I say the one pager, I can't for the, is there no email trail for that, or trail for the document preparation for that one pager as well? Chair, I'm just checking if there's something like that.
Yeah. Mr. Perry, I'm not sure what it is you're questioning about the one pager. Your draft, which you admitted, which is at page 87, which was supposed to come from the MMC, that's a long letter that later becomes PN 19.
Yes.
It doesn't have a date, and it doesn't have a signature at the bottom. So the fact that the one-pager doesn't have a date and it doesn't have a signature at the bottom must be irrelevant, because you have admitted page 87, which lacks a date and it lacks a signature.
Yeah.
So that cannot be a distinguishing factor for debate, or that creates uncertainty just because the one-pager doesn't have a date and it doesn't have a signature. You admit you sent the email to Linda at page 84, and you call it a revised letter. So it is a different letter to the one at page 87. And here's what I suspect, or what I want to suggest may have happened, and Ms. Ngube will take it further if she wants to. You start off with the letter that you own, that page 87, the long one. You take ownership of it. That's where you start off. It's supposed to go out in the name of the MMC. Either you had a change of heart. So according to you, rather, even before I get there, as far as you know, in fact, on the face of it, you have transmitted it to Ms. Naika. It has been transmitted, and you then either have a change of heart, or the MMC refused to sign and append her signature to send out your long letter. That's why you send a revised letter. So the MMC would have said, I'm not sending this out. You're going to implement. And so you do the one-pager. But having decided to do that, you and the city manager have agreed already, before you sent the email of the 7th, have already agreed you're going to handle things differently. That is why you have PN19 now coming under the heading of Office of the HOD. It's no longer the MMC. So the change is not only what is being conveyed to IPID, that conflicting positions that are being adopted. But in fact, what was originally intended to be sent by the MMC now comes from your office, not the MMC. That's the plan. And so it seems to me that the intention was to convey different things. The MMC would have communicated, if all of these had gone out, the MMC would have said to IPED, we are implementing, and your department, in collusion with what the city manager wanted to be done, would in fact be debating with IPED what they have said what they've directed you must implement. That's what it looks like.
Commissioner, I hear the trail of what your thought is. I'm just saying, on the document which I agree was 87 was a draft for MMC. This document of the Office of the HOD, I'm not sure what was the understanding with that. I only became, I said last year, when I looked at it and inquired about it, when the matter resuscitated, what has happened, because I spoke to Jabulo, Zulu. Initial instruction was to him, to say, look at this, look at the criminal aspects on those issues, as I covered yesterday. So only I uncovered that later on, that it was signed by Thabo Makoting as acting HOD. The rationale for having the Office of the HOD, the Office of the HOD will never deal with that document. So that is why the content of the letter, I accept. The content of the letter accept was drafted by my team. I read the content of the letter, and it did pick up on the issues and I think what Chair said yesterday also, I reflected on that. It is looking like as if we are attacking a charge against an employee. And I have reflected on that, and very clearly it does look like that. And to go here, my only concern is, Chair, is that page 85 or 85 of the supplementary bundle. I've never will draft a letter in this fashion. Hence I've said, is there some kind of a trail, audit trail to show that I was the author of this? Because I don't know if it was created, but I'm saying that I will never draft a letter in this fashion. I've never done that. Even if you look at the other drafts, such letter there, we speak about please respond, and I will send it to Linda. And then once they agree on it, they will put in whoever needs to be done, even the MMC. But I will not do something like this, and I don't recall ever having done this document.
Yeah, well, your email says it's a revised letter. What would you have revised? What would have been the revision? That at least you must remember. Because you wrote this long letter, and then you say, I've now revised the letter, find attached. What would have been the revision?
But Chair, on the emails, that's what I'm trying to say. Please see the revised letter. Is it this document itself that was attached? I don't see an attachment on that document.
I'm asking you. Well, it has to be, because you say, please see revised letter to MMC. Advocate Zulu will submit a comprehensive report letter. So it has to be the same subject unless you produce other documents. But as matters stand, it has to be. And so my question is, if you are sending a revised letter, what would have been the revision? What would you have been saying in the revised letter?
Well, Chair, the revised letter would have been to say that as I said, I can't see the attachment, but let me not, for the sake of I can't see the attachment or the proper document here. If this is a revised letter, it doesn't seem to me a document I would draft on its own, standing on its own. It could be a letter just for the MMC to have written to them to say we are implementing, and then subsequent to that there would have been another letter prepared for the MMC or the city manager, depending on the arrangements for it to go out. But if it's said that this is a revised letter, I don't see an attachment on the email, which would normally be there. But let me. I don't want to take it further. Let me just say the MMC would have said, and the MMC did indicate from the beginning that she wanted to, we must implement the report.
You say she did indicate,
She did indicate
that she wanted
She wanted
implementation of the
implementation, yes.
IPID report.
That's correct.
Okay. So I think with that now, then 85, page 85 would make sense then. If she had indicated to you that she wants to implement, then that last sentence in page 85.
It'll make sense.
It makes sense.
It makes sense. Save for me on with other stuff. I think it'll make sense.
Yeah. All right. That last sentence says, you remember that first paragraph where you've agreed it's exactly the same as the first paragraph in PM 19 and in your long letter. And then the last sentence I'm referring to says, I have since referred to the report for consideration and implementation of the findings. That's the last sentence in that one-page letter. That would have come from the MMC, but drafted by you. And what I'm saying is then that last sentence that I've just read now is then consistent with what you're saying, that the MMC did indicate to you that she wanted the report to be implemented. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Sorry, Ms. Sigels Ngube. Mr. Behari, you say you would never have written a letter of the nature of what's on page 85. For argument's sake, not that I'm accepting what you are saying, but for argument's sake, give us what you wrote, because you must have written something. You write the email to Ms. Linda Naika, and you say, please see revised letter. If what is attached to that email, or appears to be attached to that email, is what you say you would never have written, give us what you wrote, because surely there must have been something that was attached to your email to Ms. Naika. Give us what you attached.
That is where
Which was revised and therefore no longer the long letter. Give us what you attached.
That is why, Chair, I'm saying that in the document from me to Linda, usually when you attach a document, there is an attachment on that. I don't see it here, and I can't at this stage even give you any other document for that. But so that's hence I'm saying, let me accept that the MMC, the attitude was to implement. Hence, I'll support what was said here in the document. But I know that I don't normally usually write, unless it's I'll do the full document, and I'll do any additions, only parts that need to be edited in the document itself. But this seems to be just by the MMC saying we will implement. Then there were subsequent reports thereafter. But as I said, I can't.
I'm not sure that answers me, but I'll leave it. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Behari, it's probably my oversight because I didn't think that we would have to have this debate about that document, but I do have the original email. I'm going to flight it for you so that you can see, and we will include it in the bundle. This is your email on the 7th of December 2023 at 13:01 to Linda, and there's the attachment. Hi Linda, please see revised letter for MMC. And then if I go to the attachment, which I've opened now, that's the one-pager. Do you see it?
Yes.
It's just a one-pager. That's the actual attachment. And then, unfortunately, I need to save the document in order to get the properties. And if I click on the document properties and I go to summary, the author is Kemi Bihari. And if you look at the title, it says Draft Revised Letter for MMC IPID Mkwanazi KB, which is your initials, 07/12/2023. Does that assist you in any way?
It does. Then the 07, so that was done after this document here was drafted. So it would have just been a single document to say, are we implementing?
Yes, that's what we've been saying the whole time, is that it was revised
But now,
after the...
at least I have the comfort of having seen this here. I couldn't, I know that.
You see, I never understand that. I never understand that. Why should your testimony be tailored in accordance with what you see or do not see? Shouldn't your testimony be what actually happened? I don't understand that, Mr. Behari.
My testimony is on what I can recall. It's what I can recall from that time. so when I spoke, or when I looked at what,
I'm very sorry, Mr. Sigars. Yes,
Apologies.
yes.
so when in looking at the additional bundle now, 85, okay, if this was then just a part that would have been, then it means that only the opening paragraph would have been there, and it's incorrect from what is contained in the finalized PN 19.
So it was incorrect for you to say you would never write a letter like this. We see that you have.
It would have been
So
drafted.
it was incorrect.
It is incorrect.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Sigars.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, I'll be guided by you whether we need to go through the contents of the letter, because I think we dealt with the contents in a different context when we dealt with the...
No, please do. I actually also have quite a number of parts circled in that letter, so
Okay.
I think we
Thank
should
you,
give
Chair.
you the first part.
Mr. Bihari, I don't have too many questions about this letter, but as you heard, Chair does. Insofar as the contents is concerned, so we're on PN 19, which is the one that says Office of the HOD, not the draft. At page 344, which is the introductory paragraph. You seem here in paragraph 1 to admonish IPID for the way in which they address the letter, so to the city. Because you say this report was submitted to me during a meeting called at the office of the executive mayor, so you're clearly drafting it on behalf of somebody who was at that meeting, and we know you initially weren't in that meeting. Despite the manner of your approach being irregular, having excluded the HOD, HR, and city manager as accounting officer, I nonetheless received the report and annexures. I want to understand why you're taking that position with IPID when your evidence yesterday was that the letter was addressed to the chief of police and he had to address the response here too. Why are you taking issue with the fact that they're addressing it to the chief of police but using it as a way to escape the fact that you weren't involved in the response on the disciplinary proceedings aspect?
Chair, the issue is not about the addressing of the chief of police. The issue is with the entrance into the city of the documents. Regulatory body reports come to the office of the city manager, and for implementation, it deals with administration. This went into the political space in terms of the mayor and so on. So that is where the issue was raised, and that is where, in terms of what CM says, but how are we implementing a report not addressed to us, but went to the political sphere, and that is where this part comes from, Chair.
But there's nothing wrong in them addressing it to the chief of police, because isn't he the person that is supposed to, as you say, deal with the discipline of Brigadier Mkwanazi, and they are proposing, in fact, they're directing a disciplinary process.
It's not, the addressee on the document is not the issue, Chair. It is the entrance into the city, where it usually comes to the city manager as the accounting officer. This went through to the political space with the mayor and the MMC. And that is where the query was about why did we go there? Is it for them to get involved, or should I get involved? So that is what the questions posed by the city manager. Hence, this was drafted in that way.
No, I don't accept that, and I think the reason why you did take issue with it going to the chief of police is exactly because of what Chair said to you yesterday. The allegations are that you were part of a clique that was trying to protect Brigadier Mkwanazi. The chief of police is on the other side of that equation. If the document goes to him, he's now aware that IPID is investigating the matter and a response is needed for IPID, and you don't want him to be part of that process. And that is why you're taking issue with the way that IPID is dealing with this.
Chair, I do not support that. Chief of police was aware. If the document was addressed to him, he was aware, and I think he was made aware and he had the response for what is required. The issue here is about why the difference when all regulatory bodies, whether it's SIU or whoever else, comes to the city manager. Why the difference in this particular matter? If it was to say, no, we don't trust the city manager, they should have said that some way. But why the difference? And that is what the issue was. It wasn't about the addressee being the chief of police. It should have been addressed to the accounting officer, if it's dealing with that. But chief of police is the. There's nothing wrong with that. The issue is not with him and whether he has knowledge or not. But that is not the issue. The issue is the entrance into the city.
Then, if you go to page 345 of the letter,
Ms. Hilda, maybe
Yes.
before you do that, if you could just remind us, either you or Mr. Behari, this thing that which you are dealing with in that paragraph 1 is the IPID letter addressed to the executive mayor MMC. Who was it addressed to?
No. It was addressed to Chief Mapie.
Yes.
But it was sent through, the routing was not to the administration, it was to the mayor and to the MMC.
I see.
So I think that's where the concerns were on that.
All right, and I just wanted to be reminded of what happened, in fact. Thank you.
Okay. At 344 paragraph 2, you then deal with the allegations of fraud and corruption, and you say, I have consulted with internal staff, and I am advised that based on the current evidence, it will be difficult to prove fraud and corruption. Your report attaches little or no value to the statement of Director Mkwanazi, in bracket suspect, close bracket, full stop. Now, you would remember the engagement that you had with Chair about Director Mkwanazi's statement. You say to IPID it attaches no value to that statement. If, as Chair says, if they attached any value to that statement, isn't he effectively admitting to corruption and fraud based on his statement?
On his statement, I accepted it yesterday that it clearly is a case of corruption and fraud. Yeah, but to what extent was we going into that? Not corruption so much that we could find, but even on fraud. And that is why I've asked to look at both the elements of fraud and corruption and trying to link it to the statement from the IPID, all the witnesses in the IPID, as well as that of Mkwanazi. So this is basically drafted then to look at what were the possible issues for us would be going forward in implementation of that. So it wasn't to say that, and again to come back to having considered what Chair said yesterday, it could be looking as if we were putting it on a defense. And I say, and I accept that there could have been the way it is now we looked at, but it could be we're putting a defense. But if it's for implementation by the city, we need to look at how we can cover all the bases of that.
No, the paragraph starts by saying it will be difficult to prove fraud and corruption. Then you say your report attaches little or no value to the statement of Director Mkwanazi. What you're effectively saying is you haven't considered his version, or you haven't put sufficient weight on his version, because if you did, you would have the same view as us that it will be difficult to prove fraud and corruption. You're not saying what you've just said now. In this letter, that's not what you're saying.
No. Is it possible that we can go back to, because as I said, this was drafted by myself and initiated by me, it was finalized by Advocate Zulu. Is it possible at all to go back to that statement of Mkwanazi in terms of what you're referring to here? Is it possible that we could look at in terms of what was the assessment done?
You want to go to Brigadier Mkwanazi's statement?
Yes.
I think also before we go there, so that we can understand how much involvement you had in this draft report, because I don't want a situation where you will then try and disavow yourself of having been part of a particular paragraph or statement by saying that Mr. Zulu was the drafter of that paragraph. So maybe if you can tell us what aspect of this letter you had actual involvement in, and also you must have approved this letter when you sent it to the MMC.
Yeah. Chair, when the report came through initially, we went through the report and I asked Advocate Zulu, look at the fraud and corruption part. This is what our interest was. And thereafter this document was drafted by Advocate Zulu and there was a draft in terms of all these elements that we had a discussion on it, and I agreed on the definitions in terms of fraud and corruption, and did it meet what was contained in the IPID report. Hence, it's crafted in this way. So my involvement was initially to hand over to Advocate Zulu to look at this particular issues, but I then familiarized myself with the entire report, and which I supported.
And you supported it?
Yeah. But the final signed document, Chair, I only, as I said, when I followed up last year, that's when I realized that it was signed by another divisional head who was acting in my stead, and it never came back to me to finalize, but I supported the document.
Can I, just to be clear, the signed version is exactly the same as the one in the supplementary bundle,
Yeah.
the one that you sent. Okay, that's one. Two, when you say you support it, you are not qualifying your involvement with the letter or the acceptance of its contents, because
No.
it goes under your name. It goes out from you. So you must have agreed with everything that's in it. It reflects your position as well, not just the two signatories.
Chair, at the time when it was signed by D.H. Mkwating, I had not, as I said, it was signed when I was not in the office.
Yes.
That was the process between Jabulo Zulu. My initial saying was look at the fraud and corruption aspects and drafted it. I subsequently looked at the content and I supported the content.
Because it doesn't differ
So I didn't change, yes.
differ from the one that you prepared and sent
No,
to the MMC.
it doesn't.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So what is it that you want us to do, Mr. Behari?
It's about Nkonazi's statement, where we refer to it was difficult to prove fraud and corruption. Your report attaches little or no value to the statement of Nkonazi. So I'm just trying to check if we can just go there onto his statement.
What is it about Mr. Mkwanazi's statement that you want us to look at?
Chair, the statement to the iPad. I just want to look at exactly what was said. I can't refer to my own copy, but I want to look at the statement just to address this issue, because why would we then put something like that? You attach little of no value to the statement of Director Mkonazi. There must have been something that would have led to us.
Because in the statement to the Chief of Police, he refers to both memoranda and he says the said memorandum hasn't been signed or approved. So that's the CAT one. And then the MEDI 24, on the donations, he says this process is awaiting our finalization of all the formalities through the chief, including the guidance process that must be followed for the finalization of the memorandum of understanding. So he accepts that the two memoranda have not been signed and approved. So I'm not sure what you want us to
Chair,
look at.
I just want to look at the iPad report and the statement to say where would have been that we would have mentioned that it states that the iPad report, in terms of fraud and corruption, attaches little or no value, just to make, from my side, address that part. So if I have a look at that quickly to say why would it be, that we would have raised such an issue, to say it raises no value to the statement of the Director Mkonazi.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. You want to look at the iPad report to see what they say about fraud and corruption and whether they took his statement into account
The
and
statement
why
of-
you
of-
responded in the way that you did.
Yeah, the statement of Mkonazi in the iPad report.
Sorry, I'm coming to your assistance, Mr. Behari. Let us please assist Mr. Behari. Let's direct him to where the statement is. My co-commissioner, Commissioner Kumalo, has it, so that he may have a look.
Chair, I also understood Mr. Behari to say he wants to look at the iPad report here, where they suggest, where they speak about fraud and corruption and why he would then say, okay, so the iPad report is the one we've been JM19, which is page 101 of Mr. Mapie's annexes, and then Commissioner Kumalo will give you,
We'll assist with
yes, Brigadier Mkwanazi's statement.
Yeah. But whilst you are at it, Mr. Behari, once you find the statement, I want you to show us where in that statement we are to find the sort of exculpatory material that would have led you to say your report attaches little or no value to the statement of Director Mkhwanazi. And you making the point in the context of a suggestion that it will be difficult to prove fraud and corruption. You can only say that if in the statement that you now want, there is that sort of exculpation. I hope you will show us where that exculpation is.
Thank you, Chair. That is the purpose why.
Because it's pointless for you to say little or no value is attached to that statement if that statement does not show the sort of exculpation that says it will be difficult to prove fraud or you get my point.
That is what I'm trying to
So
get to.
let's wait for you to find that statement and let's see you show us that exculpation.
Sorry, Council, did we find that, I've got Mapia's bundle, or Anisha bundle here.
101, JM 19-101 is the IPID report.
It's just so that we use the same bundle. I was looking at the River Space bundle, but I've now looked at the Mapiaya bundle. In the Mapiaya bundle is JM 15 on page 88.
15.
So just so that we use the same file and not different files.
I will give you enough time for you to go through it and show us what you wanted to show us and also show us what I have asked you to show us.
Okay. So on page 88, Council, is this the letter that Mapia, wasn't there also an affidavit that Mkhwanazi did in the IPID, when IPID spoke to him?
Not that we are aware of. The IPID report simply speaks about Commissioner Spies having conducted a preliminary investigation. It doesn't speak of them having interviewed Brigadier Mkhwanazi at all or obtaining a statement from him, unless you are aware that that did happen.
So if we are referring to this document 88, I just want to see, if I may say, even if it's 5 minutes, just to try and see, because I do recall there was an affidavit where I put approached.
What did you say about 5 minutes? I'm sorry.
If I may just look at some other information, because I do recall there was a document where I put
think
interviewed.
There was a warning statement that you're referring to. We don't have that.
You don't have the one.
I think there was the warning. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
You would have seen that. Okay. Let's take.
We'll give you 5 minutes. We'll adjourn. In fact, we will come back in when we are told to come back. Let's
Thank you,
adjourn.
Chair.
Thank you. is acting in the said post, he was given certain tasks, and then he correlates that to the tasks being on, I'm not sure what page, but there's a document to-do list dated 15 of October 2021. In that document, Chair, on the last, so if it's a copy from mine, there would have been highlighted parts as well in that document. It's due date for SOP from Security Division and all, 20 October 2021. Reports mentioned there. So that is why it was, when we considered that, and furthermore, the report doesn't talk to, in line, see the to-do list marked Annexure 2. So these were to-do lists given to him by Mzolo, and for him to continue to finalize that. And in that to-do list, I think 4.10 or 5.10 says finalize standard operating procedure on Security Division by 20. So then it goes to the C memorandums marked number 3. Memorandums I wrote as part of the administrative duties. I included a memorandum dated 18 October 2021, which served to confirm working relations between EMPD Specialized and a company called CAT VIP Protection. Working relations was within the powers of the Deputy Chief of Police under that operations. The working relations, which are confirmed in my capacity as an acting chief, consist to exist until today.
Please refer to paragraph numbers so that we follow where you are reading.
Paragraph 7.
I do see it's paragraph 8 that you just started on.
Paragraph 7, and then it goes on to paragraph 8. Yeah?
Yes.
Then see 2022 operational plan. So at that stage, it says plan of the tasks designated for VIP and CAT VIP. Now, subsequently, we've heard that the operational plan was evidence to that to say it was a forged document, but this is a document considered by Makunazi in his statement to IPID, which talks to the working relations between EMPD Specialized Services and CAT VIP. Protection came at no cost to the municipality, and as such, partnership would help to the CAT VIP protection to earn recognition in the security industry to members of the public, thus build a profile. And then on the next page, paragraph 10, subsequent to the confirmation letter, 1810, due to shortage of operational cars. So that's basically what's contained in the other report as well. As an acting Deputy Chief of Police, I approached CAT VIP to seek an assistance in the form of donation of cars. The response from CAT VIP was positive, after which a memorandum of understanding was proposed. And then the CAT VIP would donate 4 vehicles, and that, of course, that's a repetition of what's contained in the other document. Then, Chair, there's an email from Goodman Mzolo to Julius with the to-do list attached. So these are the documents we consider, Chair, when we look at what, because in the IPID report itself, we do not look at any way referred to this document, which was part of the annexure, which was part of the interview process. I'm concerned that whether this was taken into account, whether he had done any further investigations from there, do they discount what he said, in that regard. So that is what the line of thinking was when we said, your report attaches little or no value to the statement of Director Makunazi being the suspect in this document here. Then we went on, Chair. I'm going back to annex page 87.
Mr. Baer,
Yes, Chair.
can I stop you?
Yes, sir.
You made us adjourn for 30 minutes, and Chair made it clear to you when we adjourned that the purpose of you looking at this document was to show us where it says what you say. I mean, the sum total of this document is that the MOU was never finalized. That's what he says in para 12. And then that MOU is attached as one of the documents, and it's unsigned. That's all this says.
Chair, when we started dealing with the matter and we came to this part here, I was referred to page 88, which was a letter in another matter, or in the other issue, concerning the working relations with CAT VIP. So we're coming to now the IPID report and the letter that was drafted with regard to looking at the so-called concern areas in the IPID report. Hence, I'm saying I wanted to see this to say what it says. And why was our thinking behind the fact that we say that you attach little or no value to Director Makunazi's report or response. And that is why we looked at it, Chair. And I know, my apologies if it's deemed to be wasted, but for me, I needed to see it's clearly a document which the Commission had not, looked at or possibly had, maybe looked at but not had, which has resulted in me looking at this document. I think it's important for that respect. Because this document, linked to the IPOD report, gives us then what the thought process was in completing the rest of the documents.
You see, the point of substance is at page 345, your letter, and I say your because you basically approved the content.
Yes.
First line, you make the point, and Ms. Sigal referred to this, you make the point that it will be difficult to prove fraud and corruption. Your report attaches little or no value to the statement of Director Makwanazi, the suspect. How does what you have just read now, how does it show us that it will be difficult to prove fraud or corruption,
Chair,
if at all?
Okay. In terms of fraud, we dealt with the elements of fraud in this document.
No, what you have read, how does it...
From what I've read is that the Nkonazi, he was saying that he was responding to or furthering the functions or the duties given to him by the Deputy Chief of Police Mzolo. In doing that, he proceeded in this regard to say, when I assumed my acting responsibilities, he had to finalize, one of the issues he had to finalize at 5.10 was finalize the standing operating procedure on security division by the 28th of October. He then says that in line with the administrative tasks, executed my duties and designed the SOP and wrote memorandums connected to security division documents, which were all escalated to the office.
We saw you and we saw that and we heard you read it. I'm asking you a simple question. How does it make it difficult to prove fraud or corruption?
Chair, holistically, from the IPOD report read together with this document, and where we say you haven't considered what he's saying here in terms of the fraud and corruption, where was the elements are crafted here. So the document is essential to say that when we say you haven't considered it, in here, Nkonazi sets out the position, which we looked at to say, but if you're not looked at here without verifying what his position is, and what he says that he was acting on instructions or acting in furtherance of another matter, then that should have been also investigated further to complete your full report. So that is part of the issue. We looked at the evidence, hence the definitions to the extent of fraud and corruption, linked to fraud and then in terms of tracker.
I will suggest to you that that document has nothing that shows that it will be difficult to prove fraud or corruption. There's nothing in that document that shows that. And that is why it's difficult for you to pinpoint for us where the difficulty appears or manifests.
So, on page 87, the difficulty to prove fraud and corruption, I've consulted with internal staff and I'm advised on the current evidence it will be difficult. And holistically, one of the first aspects is your report attaches no value to the statement of. So that report or the statement was never discussed. Holistically, it has been difficult to prove fraud and corruption given all the other factors that we've listed here. And we go specifically to, if you look at in respect of fraud, what are the issues we raise? On page 3, in respect of corruption, what are the issues we raise? So this is why in total, given the full factors we've raised there, and also including the fact of non-consideration of this or not dealing with this, we raise that it could be difficult to prove fraud and corruption, and hence that is at the time, the undertaking considered was what we came to say.
Ms. Sigal, you are still dealing with the letter. Let me come.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Behari, the next aspect on the letter relates to the issue about the benefit. I think it's on page, paragraph 5 of page 345, where you deal with the registration of the vehicles was not done by the suspect but by the authorized personnel from Fleet. You see that? I think you've dealt with that aspect with Chair. But later on you deal with the fact that at paragraph 8 you say on page 346 that the fraudulently registered vehicles using the city's funds amounted to corruption because CAT benefited unduly. This is not true. The vehicles were not registered fraudulently, as you've said. It is difficult to see how CAT benefited from the registration of the vehicles as they transferred ownership of their vehicles to the city. On the contrary, CAT sustained a loss of the asset while the vehicles were registered in the name of the city. Now, when you take that compared to what Brigadier Mkhonazi says in his statement, which you were referred to by Commissioner Kumalo in paragraph 12 of his warning statement, where he says the donation of cars, memorandum of understanding and delivery of vehicles was not finalized as a result of the dissatisfaction by the department, EMPD. If it says that the delivery of the vehicles and the donation of the cars were not yet finalized, it means that CAT was in possession of vehicles registered in the name of EMPD.
Chair, the flow in terms of that part was that the vehicles were registered. They went to, Christine had given, when the vehicles were, the details of the vehicles were brought through, they were registered by Christine and his delegate or other officials involved in that. And thereafter, Rivers Peace, Deputy Commissioner Rivers Peace raised and said, no, these are not proper in terms of donations. They went back, and that is when, I think within a day or two, they registered back to CAT VIP. So in terms of delivery, all the intention was, in terms of the donation that was effected, was put in place for receiving those the four vehicles. The only issue then was, of course, the important issue was that Rivers Peace raised it and said, no, the donations are not following the process, hence they were returned. And that is our understanding from what's contained in the document.
Sorry, why do you say they were returned? What was returned?
The vehicles, when I say returned in terms of ownership vehicles, so...
No, Mr. Behari, you are a lawyer. You know how movable property is transferred in law. If Mkhonazi has never seen the vehicles, and EMPD or Ekurhuleni was never in physical possession of the vehicles, why do you say they were given to Ekurhuleni and then they were returned? They were never given to Ekurhuleni. What happened was that registration documents were completed and the cars were registered in the name of Ekurhuleni.
Yes.
But there was never delivery of any vehicles. And those vehicles remained in possession of CAT VIP. That's the factual position.
Chair, I never said that there was physical delivery of those vehicles. I said that changes were given because Mkhonazi gave the details to Stein. He registered the vehicles. When I talk about return, I mean return of ownership, not the physical vehicles. That means they went back and they re-registered the vehicles again out of the names of City of Ekurhuleni back to the donor. That stage. So there was never any time where I suggested that the vehicles were physically came to Ekurhuleni.
What was the benefit for Ekurhuleni during that time? Between the date when they were registered in the name of Ekurhuleni and when they were registered back to CAT, what was the benefit for Ekurhuleni?
There was no exact benefit at that time, but if you look at the entire intention of the process was for the vehicles, Ekurhuleni to receive 4 vehicles. It was just a donation. Once the issues were raised and said this is not an acceptable process, had that not been finalized, it would have been a benefit to the city.
So the benefit is the intention.
The benefit in terms of what was going to happen, had that finalized, the process finalized and there were deliveries, there would have been the benefit to the city of
But
Ekurhuleni.
when you prepare this memorandum, you know that the process was never finalized. So you can't look forward and say, had it been finalized. You know that it was not finalized when you are doing this response to ID.
But Chair, it goes to the intention of donating the vehicle. That's covered everywhere else.
No, the intention does not matter, Mr. Bahari. When you prepare this report, you know that that never happened. Whatever the intention was, it never materialized. You know that.
Chair, the vehicles were transferred in the document, transferred. So transfer of ownership happened. And then transfer out of ownership happened. The delivery itself would have been perfecting and finalizing the process. That never happened.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have no further questions on this document.
Can I just ask, this sworn statement, at paragraph 5, it lists the functions that Mr. Mkhwanazi, Brigadier Mkhwanazi, says where he was tasked, administrative tasks. That's what he calls it. Which of these do you, and they range from 5.1 to 5.12, which of these did you consider to authorize him to do this transaction of accepting donations, of entering into MOUs with Medicare and CAT VIP?
Chair, there is no one instance to say to him, giving you any authority to authorize. That in effect, if there was such an authority, there would have been.
Sorry, I can't hear you properly. Maybe just move forward a bit.
Yeah, so I'm saying that in terms of the provisions there was nothing authorizing him in terms of the functions given to him.
Yes.
But overall, the functions were to him to finalize standard operating procedure on the security division by 20 October 2021. Now, in that standard operating procedures, finalized standard consolidation of comments. So all of these functions here was what he used to continue to say, I'm finishing the orders. So hence I'm saying it should have been explored by IPID to say, what exactly were your functions?
No,
what exactly
you
did you do?
explored it. That's why you're commenting that he's not guilty. It will be difficult to prove fraud and corruption. It's because you have looked at this. You actually tell IPID that he was authorized. He had certain authority from his superior who was on leave, and he acted in accordance with that. So this is what you say at 3. You say there is unchallenged evidence that the suspect, while acting as Deputy Chief of Police, was given powers by Deputy Chief Mzolo to finalize matters relating to the security division. And then in the last sentence, you say the suspect was duly appointed to the acting position and was empowered to attend to matters relating to the security division. The report does not elaborate on this. And then you say, so before I get to the Christine matter, now I look at this list of tasks which Brigadier Mkhwanazi describes as administrative tasks, and I think he's right. When you look at that list, all of it looks administrative. Which do you say authorized him to do the things that are the subject of the complaint and the investigation by IPID? And it's not, let me offer, it's not standard operating procedures to accept donations, to instruct Christine to register those vehicles, to send MOUs, to consider an MOU and send it to the Chief of Police for his signature. That's not standard operating procedures. It doesn't fall under 5.10. And what else in that long list of tasks authorized him to do? Did you consider, when you did this letter and challenged IPID, what did you consider to fall within the mandate that he did?
We asked IPID, did you consider what he said in total? If you look at paragraph 6, in line with Administrative Task 4.0, I executed my administrative duties and designed the SOP and wrote memorandums connected to the security division.
So when you say paragraph 6, you mean of the...
Of that annexure that we just attached now, we received now. On paragraph 6 of that, after the administrative functions are listed.
Okay.
And wrote memorandums connected to the security division, documents which were all escalated to the Office of the Chief of Police and relevant external stakeholders. Yes. So if you look at that, and you look at the other evidence there If it involves a memorandum that we've been dealing with all of this, which you say was not legally compliant, not approved by the chief, but it was sent to the office of the chief of police, and hence I'm saying he should have investigated based on what legal tires mentions. That.
But investigate what? Because the memorandum that he relied on, is unsigned, and he says so. So what did you want IPID? What are you criticizing IPID for?
Jay, he says here that he was entitled to by way of his acting appointment
and
instructions.
You accepted that,
Right.
that this list from 5.1 to 5.12 authorized him to accept donations.
But to do all in terms of, then he qualifies it.
No, Mr. Behari, please try and answer my question. I'm asking a direct question, so I want to know, do you say, and please point me to what it is. I'm saying look at 5.1 to 5.12. Do you say anything in that list of 12 tasks empowered him or authorized him to accept a donation of motor vehicles and to get it registered in the name of the EMPD while those motor vehicles remained with CAT VIP, because that's what happened. We know that's what happened.
Sure.
Are you saying 5.1 to 5.12 authorized him to do that, and which of these tasks do you say authorized that?
Chair, 5.1, if you look at paragraph 6, which talks holistically in his affidavit, in line with the administrative task 4.10, which is Annex 2, I executed my, now the Annex 2 talks about doing, well, here it's listed as from 5.1 to 5.12. It refers to 4.10. I executed my administrative duties and designed the SOP and wrote memorandums. So I would expect that they didn't deal with that in that report.
No. Forget IPID did not deal with it. You are looking at IPID's report. You write this response to IPID. So you're engaging IPID. You've looked at Brigadier Mkwanazi's warning statement. You satisfied yourself that what he did falls within the tasks that are listed in there. Otherwise, you wouldn't say what you're saying in the statement. You wouldn't say to them fraud would be difficult to prove, right? You wouldn't be saying that. You wouldn't be saying corruption would be difficult to prove unless you have engaged with it and formed a view. And that's the discussion I'm having with you. I'm testing you because remember, as the chair told you yesterday, the background to this engagement with you is you colluded with the CEOs, with the city managers' protection of Brigadier Mkwanazi, who evidence before us is he was involved in a relationship, an inappropriate relationship with Mr. Madlanga and Mr. Madlanga's company. That's the context in which we are having this discussion with you. So you have to be able before us to explain your own positions where things don't make sense. It doesn't make sense, to me at least, that you would look at IPID's letter to the city, which directs you to take disciplinary action, and then you would respond in this long letter, engaging them about proving fraud, the difficulty of proving fraud and corruption, and setting out what the difficulties are with it. It doesn't make sense that you responded that way. So I would like to know from you, the head of legal, when you wrote this response to IPID, what did you see as exculpating Brigadier Mkwanazi in his warning statement, not what he says? You see the list of tasks, you see paragraph 6, where he says, in line with administrative task item 4.10, which is to finalize standard operating procedures. I executed my administrative duties and designed the SOP and wrote MOUs connected to the security division, full stop. Rather, documents which were all escalated to the Office of the Chief of Police and relevant external stakeholders. That paragraph, when you read it in this warning statement and when you looked at the tasks, what did you consider to be exculpatory of Brigadier Mkwanazi that would make the corruption claim and fraud claim difficult to prove?
The exculpatory part, Chair, would have been then where in paragraph 6, where he says that the functions allocated to him in terms of 4.10 Annex 2, he executed his admin functions and designed an SOP and wrote memorandums connected to the security division. Documents which were all escalated to the Office of the Chief of Police.
Okay,
And-
so you're saying he's writing the memorandum and escalating it to the Chief of Police was an answer, according to you, to a charge of fraud and corruption.
It's part of the process where he says that I was authorized to do this. I was authorized to do this by my Deputy Chief of Police, and I was following up on those instructions.
Okay, and
Yep.
you accepted that he was authorized to receive a donation? Because you say, that's what he says, right? So I'm not debating with you what he says. I'm saying he says this in the statement. You accept that he was authorized to accept a donation because that's what the complaint is.
The authorization, which I spoke to, was about him drafting this MOUs and sending them to the Chief of Police. Yeah, I want to complete the train of thought. Sending to the Office of the Chief of Police, who ought to have commented to say, but this is not what is on and this is what is not what it said. So him, when he states here, it should have been further delved by IPA to say, but what do you mean you have this authority to do that and you send it to the Chief of Police? Then the Chief of Police be approached for that. Other external stakeholders we know would have been Medicare 24 in terms of the trail of emails we've looked at. But I'm saying that in terms of that, did you look at the affidavit of Mkunazi? Did you consider that? Because he's creating the impression here that he was authorized to fulfill and complete investigations and also informed the Chief of Police to that extent.
Thank you, Commissioners. Chair, I indicated that I had no further questions on that letter. May I proceed to the next issue? Mr. Bihari, I want to deal with the issue about the change in the delegation matrix, which you deal with on page 9 of your statement, starting at paragraph 37.
Yes.
And we did deal with it to some extent. It is in relation to the 22 August 2023 directive from the city manager, you recall.
Apologies, whilst I was looking for the statement, I did not hear the page and paragraph. No?
It's page 9, paragraph 37, Chair.
Thank you.
Recall that we dealt with that, and in particular paragraph 41 on page 11. The 22 August 2023 delegation issue.
Yes.
Now, you don't really give background as to how this delegation matrix came about. Do you recall what transpired just before the directive from the city manager?
Chair, the only issue that I know that was major, I was informed of, I was not part of, there was a meeting between the city manager and the EMPD senior management and staff to address issues that were raised by several employees in that. Thereafter, I think that was on the, if I look at, I think it's River Species, the Deputy Commissioner River Species bundle. It was where he attaches the CM meeting EMPD management. That's the only issue, because that was, seems to be the one why the city manager then decided to relook those delegations. But there was also an issue where Mr. Meza had raised, well, I think it was subsequent to this, that he was given the delegations by Mojapelo. But I think this was a document, I believe, to have been the catalyst in trying to get to the letter of the 22 August 2023.
If you go to Mr. Ngiza's statement, But he deals with it quite comprehensively, what led up to that, according to him, page 24. And Commissioner Kumalo touched on it, I think yesterday. It's the weekly issue.
Is that page?
Page 24, paragraph 74 of Mr. Ngiza's statement.
Page 24, paragraph 7.
Yes. Page 24, paragraph 74. Do you have it?
Yes,
Anonymous emails.
I have it.
Okay. And you see he refers to a date of the 20th of August 2023 when the first email was received from bigly852@yahoo.com. And the email was sent to Jeff Wicks and Ms. Kasheka, Dr. Mashazi, Deputy Commissioner Space, Chief Mapieye, and yourself were copied in on it with the subject line favoritism, corruption. And the contents of the email was effectively that there is a clique that is protecting Julius Mkwanazi in respect of disciplinary proceedings, which are the disciplinary proceedings we've been dealing with. Do you recall those emails?
I do recall the BXPX email.
Okay. Then at paragraph 78 of his statement on page 25, he says he saw the email on the morning of the 21st of August 2023. He called Chief Mapieye, who indicated that he had not seen the email as yet. And he says, I did not respond and did not have an opportunity to properly consider the email because I was a witness in a labor dispute scheduled to be heard in Benoni that morning. At 79, he says, that very morning I received a call from Mr. Kasheka instructing me to drop everything and to immediately get to the office of the city manager. He says he pleaded with the arbitrator to release him, and at paragraph 80, he says, on his way to the city manager's office, I received a call from Mr. Tiki Majang of Majang Attorneys, and he informed me that he had received a call from Advocate Kemi Behari demanding that he gets to the city offices immediately. He refused because it was a last-minute demand and he already had other commitments. At 26, paragraph 81, Mr. Majang shared with me that from his discussion with Mr. Kemi Behari, he gleaned that they suspected a leak of Brigadier Mkwanazi's charge sheet. Mr. Majang was upset because city management had stopped the disciplinary proceedings against Brigadier Mkwanazi without an explanation to him, and yet they were now demanding that he drop everything and come see him. Then he says he went to Germiston and went to Dr. Mashazi's boardroom where Mr. Kasheka, Dr. Mashazi, and yourself were all present. And he then says Dr. Mashazi asked him if he knew Biki Bikli, and he denied. And so you would have read what he says about that version. The important aspect of that is the email is sent on the 20th of August. There's a meeting on the 21st of August. He gets summons to this meeting. He is the HR specialist, correct?
He's
He's
correct.
the
He's
division
division
head.
head, employee relations, yes.
Yes. And on the 22nd, a delegation matrix directive is issued by Dr. Mashazi, which effectively transfers all his powers insofar as disciplining employees are concerned over to you. Now, in light of that factual matrix that he sets out, what is your version on how this directive came about? He seems very compelling that it was all designed to protect Brigadier Mkwanazi.
Chair, to look at the directive of the 22nd of August, and I've stated again, in no way did it take any powers from anybody, even the HOD or elsewhere. It was an added leg in terms of where we looked at, and it goes back to the HR to continue with the functions. So in no way did that directive, it actually gave me more of a burden in terms of now going back and doing a consideration of Does it need to go for further investigation? Does it need to go for an internal department, or to recommend to the external tribunal? There were factors, in fact, from the 17th that have been going on. There was, together with the meeting with the EMPD, if this was one of the factors went on, I recall the meeting on the BXBX email. There were several concerns. I did call Mr. Majang, but not in the manner, the way it's put here. I did call Mr. Majang and said we have concerns because the charge sheets, which CM didn't see, or the HOD HR didn't, and she's been trying to get the charges. We have concerns that these charges were now leaked, or there was a leak in the BX email, which deals with all of the issues up to the attempted service of the charge, if you look at the full content of the BX email. So I had no problem with that respect, because I had to, as a deputy information officer, raise those concerns when the BX email came through, and we did follow up on that. Now, if he's aligning that aspect to removal of any function, there was no removal. If you look at the exact letter, Chair, there was no removal of any functions or anything for him. Just created an added leg of my involvement from a compliance perspective as to what was required. And I think, Chair, as I was going along further, if I may, it is just wanted for us to give full disclosure and treat all the employees, especially at the EMPD. If I looked at the EMPD complaints as well, Mr. Niza's name was mentioned in the EMPD complaints as well. So there were complaints brought by various, so you can see clearly at the EMPD meeting, there was a crisis that was involved with the senior management. So all of this issue in total would have contributed, not necessarily the standalone issue of the BXBX email. And in any event, I wasn't given the overall responsibility to decide anything on disciplinaries. That was never the content as I understood in the letter.
In the context with which you understood it, so in the context with which you understood the new delegation matrix, you say that you didn't have those powers.
I never had the powers to take over any disciplinary proceedings. The only added leg was there to ensure an added leg of compliance for us to consider what is the evidence available up to even the 1st of July, 1st of December. I was performing that part as well.
Can you go to that new delegation? It's PN 13 in Mr. Ngriza's statement, page 311, in his annexes.
Yes, Chair.
Before we actually deal with the document, can you tell us what was your involvement in the drafting of this document?
I did not draft the document. I was not involved in the drafting. The concerns city manager raised was stemming from the issues at EMPD, which seems to have culminated in this process. So the BX emails came in between that, and that then added a further ground to say, but how is the possible leakage of information at the city? And there's been a lot of leakage in most of the departments, where we're having then emails that you cannot link or very difficult to trace in terms of who has been dealing with the defamatory material or what other leakage of information, personal information, and so on. So that is where the concern came from the city manager. So it's in the cumulative part, from starting off on the 17th with the meeting, and then I was informed about the meeting, and thereafter the issue of the BX email came out, and then city manager came up with this. So I had a discussion in terms of, I was briefed that this was what would be happening, but I was never part in drafting this document itself.
Okay, but so you were informed that you would have added responsibilities
I was
before
informed,
the document was communicated to the rest of the team?
yes, I was informed that I have to add in terms of looking at the evidence issues and so on, and do we sustain a possibility of successful HR matters or any other disciplinaries in all departments. And that is only because of the high expenditure being spent on labor matters, and especially lost disciplinary proceedings, lost arbitration proceedings. So that was a measure by this accounting officer to try and stifle that and hold it, to say we need an added leg before we even go out there to look at what is the evidence, is there further evidence required, and then, or is it at this stage after the by the department's investigation, do you need further evidence? Can we go on with the department to do its own internal, depending on the seriousness of the allegations, or can we go for a disciplinary tribunal? I would recommend then to the HOD to say, I think at this stage we have sufficient evidence to go on with the disciplinary tribunal.
Mr. Behari, you say the reason for this is because of the high number and the expense of labor matters.
Chair, apart from the high number, basically the labor department, there were a high number of lost cases at arbitrations, any other forum. Even the labor courts, we had to recently try and stem because of more detailed investigation into that. But there was a high turnover of lost cases. And then there was also the allegations from the EMPD officers. There was this, you can see the clicks, it'll tell you in the minutes as well, how, and that from the accounting officer position, even in terms of the functions it performs in terms of the SAPS Act, it was important that she gets into it. The BX emails came in thereafter, because in the discussion with the CM and the HOD, there's a whole lot of information or processes that are happening, which is not, it is exposing and possibly ineffectiveness of the EMPD.
Okay. Now, if you look at page 312 of that document, and there are 2 bullet points at the top, and then there's next full paragraph. I would like you to look at the paragraph that starts to usher in. This is where the city manager provides her reasons for this procedure. Can you just read that and then explain how it reconciles with what you say about the reasons for this development?
To usher in expeditious, credible, consistent and uniform management of discipline within the municipality. The following persons are hereby delegated to perform the above listed functions, as well as other functions connected therewith, as appears from the collective agreement, in that regarding to the municipality city manager's authorized representative.
Yes. And your explanation for why this change is brought about, how does it reconcile with what you've just read there?
So my explanation is there was a cumulative proceedings that led or started off at a meeting 17th of August 2023, which was about 3 days before this. And in that document, in that meeting, which is, I'm looking at a recording or the minutes minuted by Mr. Spies, but there was a clear indication of a disjoint between factional parties in the EMPD. Now, that is where she looks and says, and I suggest to usher in expeditious, that means faster proceedings.
Yes.
Credible, consistent. Those credibility and consistency comes from the allegations made by EMPD officers in that other document.
So it has nothing to do with you were losing a lot of labor matters.
Chair,
That's what I want to establish, that this paragraph doesn't say, I mean, she wrote quite a long letter, and no way does she provide the reason that you are providing for this change.
Chair,
She speaks about expeditious, which I accept its efficiency, it speaks to efficiency. Credible, consistent, it has nothing to do with the big number of matters that the MPD was losing, doesn't speak to that. And then uniform management of discipline.
Chair, these are terms used in the broader aspect. If you look at credibility and consistency, but because of there has been in the past, they have not been credible.
Can we agree consistency, you can talk about credibility, can we agree that consistency has nothing to do with it's not a reflection Or
No.
maybe let me say it differently. There's no reflection whatsoever on losses that ENPD is suffering in
Chair,
the CCM, in the bargaining council.
Chair, we can't agree on that.
Why?
Because it's consistency of the way labor matters are dealt with and linked to credibility. In some matters, and the loss of that was because of several reasons I've been picking up. Sometimes the investigations were not done properly. There were witnesses who were supposed to have been coming through to give evidence at the last minute would pull out to intimidation.
That's not a consistency issue.
Chair, is it the consistency in respect of what we uncovered at the meeting
No,
with...
it's not a consistency issue. You lose matters not because you're not consistent. You lose because you have a poor case. What you're explaining is preparation, witnesses not appearing. Yes, you will lose cases for that reason, but that's not consistency.
Chair,
Not a
there's-
consistency issue.
There's no consistency in the quality of the work done. And there has been matters which I've come across where deliberately processes were not followed to allow the employee to come back. So there's no consistency in the quality and the processing of this information. That has led to the weaknesses that we've a lot and a lot. So that is what I'm
I
trying to say.
accept that explanation.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes.
Then to go back, and I say it's very important that the content of, so for me, I was informed after the meeting of the 17th by HOD Linda and City Manager to say there's serious concerns at the AMPD. We need to look at that, we need to address the matter because Mr. Niza's name was also brought in as being part of a faction at the AMPD with Spies and Chief of Police Mapiyeye. And the environment was toxic. I think we've had sight of it. We should have had sight of it, if not. But that is all of the issues which, as accounting officer and responsibility with the SAPS Act, that is what the engagements continued. The BX emails came in between or thereafter.
No, I'm not talking about the BX emails. That's a discussion between you and Ms. Ngube. All I wanted to understand is your explanation for why this came about. And what she says, what she gives, what the city manager gave as a reason. I wanted you to just reconcile those.
Yes.
And I'm moving away.
You're moving away from it.
Yes.
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Paloi. Now, Mr. Behari, if you look at the where Commissioner Paloi had left off on page 312 after the paragraph that says ushered, and you look at the steps that the city manager has now said this is the new process that will be followed. A2 refers to requests for allegations to be investigated must be submitted to HOD corporate legal upon determination of a prima facie case cause for HOD corporate legal services to confirm the allegations, consider the evidentiary matter, and submit a report to HOD Human Resources. You would agree with me there that Mr. Ngiza, as the divisional head, is excluded from this process?
Chair, I just want to, because HOD, HR and I had a discussion after that. It was not a request for allegations to be investigated. They are investigated in the departments. That's where the prima facie case is established. Yes, the document states that. But in effect, what was brought in was my role, which I discussed with the HOD, was only to receive matters, and the NCC, even the practice since then, is that I don't, request for allegations to be investigated must be, that is not for the investigation. It comes from the HODs. If there is an investigation that comes through, then we will look at that. But we look at the prima facie evidence. Request for allegations to be and must be submitted to HOD corporate legal. Yes, I've been called in terms of the added leg of compliance to say, what are you looking at, what are the allegations and so on. Nisa was never removed from the entire process because he was still there after I would report to the HOD, HR. That would be a process for her to take forward. And it's consistent with the system of delegations of council in terms of our compliance function, my compliance function, and HOD's function from the compliance, from the HR part. So it's consistent with that aspect in terms of compliance.
Mr. Bahari, words have meaning. It says request for allegations to be investigated. It doesn't say that you review. It means that if somebody wants to investigate allegations against an employee, they must come and request from you that those allegations be investigated. So it means you must approve. They have to request. What is the purpose of a request?
Yeah, perhaps, as I said, I was not involved in the actual drafting of this document. Hence, I sought clarity from the HOD HR afterwards. Because where the party comes from, it's then a prima facie case. That is where that is determined at the department itself after doing the investigations. Where we come to aspect to say, but when I'm finding a document, is there further investigation required? Is there internal processes or external processes? That is where the documents I've been dealing with up to now, after this thing came up. So I don't go and give allegations. I don't deal with the things are dealt with at the departments. If they come and say to me, it comes from the HOD to say, we want to proceed with this, I'll look at that and say, please proceed urgently. Those are some of the forms, but it's part of it. But the HOD already is involved in that processing of that. I will look at the evidence and then I will deal with the issue.
Okay. Now, as the head of corporate legal, is there communication in writing from you to clarify this position, or is there an addendum to this directive from the city manager clarifying that we are not saying that if you want to investigate an employee, you must come and get permission from Mr. Behari? That's not what we're saying.
No.
Mr. Behari will simply oversee the process and make sure that a proper investigation is being undertaken. Where's that communication to somebody like Mr. Ngiza, who, by the way, you will recall, he sent a very comprehensive memorandum in response to this report. And what did you respond to? Because for you, this doesn't reflect the actual position or your understanding of what would happen. So where is your response to this?
My response is that, Chair, there's no written memo between me and the city manager, and I engage with my colleague, being the HOD HR. There are instances when the item comes through, it comes through into a format of a set document. I would look at the evidence that's there and what is required for. There were instances when EMPD was sending through to me, even recently, we want a further urgent investigation, but the chief or the head of that will say, proceed with the investigation, and then it comes to me as an added leg to say, what else is required? Those are documents I've been signing. So there is no formal memo, written memo, but there is discussions between us senior managers to say that, but practically, how would that impact it? And then the prima facie case referral is to the HOD of that department.
Did that discussion of senior managers include Mr. Ngiza?
Chair, I don't deal with Mr. Ngiza. It's a discussion that should have been done between him and the HOD of the department. She knows who's dealing with what aspects, who's delegated with what functions. He is a divisional head, employee relations. He should have been consulted in terms of what are the aspects. I will do that too when I'm dealing with my divisional heads in terms of how we carry out the other part.
Okay, then if you look at B, appointment of presiding officers and employer representatives to run a disciplinary hearing for more serious offences. That is delegated to the HOD Human Resources after consultation with the accounting officer, Dr. Mashazi. The authority shall be exercised upon receipt of the investigation report with recommendations from the persons listed in A. Where is Mr. Ngiza in that process?
The appointment of presiding officers is nowhere, has never been, Chair, and that is one of the issues, is the appointment of presiding officers, which is a delegated function in terms of the HOD, HR, she's responsible for disciplining across the board. The city manager has the overall delegation, and hence it was crafted in this way. Mr. Ngiza would have been taking up from either a sub-delegation from the HOD or on the directive of the HOD to say proceed with this or not. But he's not specifically here dealing with this issue. And it depends on, Mr. Ngiza is not in the directly listed in the system of delegations, October 2017.
Mr. Bahari, just on those two that we've dealt with, can you put yourself in the position of Mr. Ngiza, who was really the overseer of the first disciplinary proceedings against Mr. Mkwanazi, against Brigadier Mkwanazi, that started in February 2023, which comes off the back of a Jeff Wicks article, correct?
That's correct.
Jeff Wicks seems to be a trigger for this as well, because we're talking about the anonymous email. He receives this. How is he supposed to perceive this? He's being excluded from the process. How can he not see it as an attempt to again try and protect Mr. Brigadier Mkwanazi by excluding him?
Chair, I've looked at the cumulative factors that came and led to this. Mr. Ngeza, and he's done a long letter. I've looked at the contents of the letter. Mr. Ngeza was not excluded in the process in any way. He's included. He has been the functions which are legally detailed to the HOD was reinstated to the HOD. Mr. Ngeza has been acting so far on delegations which I've discussed was ought not to have been given in that manner. But nonetheless, it was a return to the delegation functions as per the Systems Act delegations. So yes, you may believe that, but because if what has been created here totally, and for where I'm dealing with one of the issues, is that narrative to say that I'm part of the Julius Mkwanazi clan or clique. But if it's going to be using this as well, then I'm saying that there were some things that took place before that. It starts off with the huge complaint by EMPD, and that is where Mr. Ngeza was also referenced by certain officers as being part of a clique, and that is where you're talking about city managers and addressing it to say, no, we need credible, we need consistent, or we need processes, which we're not putting the HR space and our legal processes at risk. So if he believes that for me, it's something reverting to the original legal position in the city, and then he still has a relationship as an employee relations he gets from the HOD HR in any event.
But where's his due process? Because you are accusing him of certain allegations which, according to you, culminates as part of the reason why this directive is being issued. He doesn't get engaged as to why are the costs so high? Why are we losing so many cases? He's not involved in that process. He wakes up to a directive that says on page 313 of that document, all that you are going to do now as the divisional head is under I. And that is handling of step 3 of the grievance procedure. All step 3 grievances should be submitted to the office of the HOD for coordination through my office, and inquiring a register is kept. Persons responsible, the head of department, human resource management and development, the divisional head, employee relations. On all the steps taken in the disciplinary process, he's only delegated that. How is that possible for a senior person, an HR specialist, to be minimized to only deal with grievances, and you want to suggest that it had nothing to do with a trigger event, being the anonymous email?
From my side, this culminated from the reports of the EMPD officers calling for a meeting. Because if that were the case, if the problem was as at proceeding with the matter as at May, June, that would have been addressed at that stage. If it was removing functions from him because of that incident. This matter here came through, there was a trigger off, which I could see was from the 17th of August. There was no functions given to the city manager, by the city manager to anybody which were not contained in the system of delegations. So it was a reversion to the authorized system of delegations, which I maintain, Mr. Ngeza had no such powers in the first place. As a divisional head, everything reverts to, in terms of the processes in the HR department, to the HOD, generally in terms of, unless he's received a special delegation where his name is listed for a function. If the city manager had taken that away from him, then that would have been illegal.
Okay, so your evidence when you said that you don't decide whether to go ahead with disciplinary proceedings, remember that was in the context of you saying that it was just an added step of compliance. And I asked you, so if there's tension between what the HOD wants to do and what you ultimately come to a conclusion should be done, you said you don't get to decide that. But if you look at what it says about the investigation, it does suggest that you decide whether allegations will even be investigated. In other words, you get to decide whether disciplinary proceedings are even triggered.
Chair, and I'm saying that the discussions then between myself and HOD, that is why HODs up to now come and they do the investigations. I have 3 columns that I look at in terms of that. Is there further investigations required to complete and ensure that we are covering ourselves from all bases? Or can it be something of a nature that we can proceed immediately with an internal disciplinary process? Or do we need to go for a tribunal? Looking at that aspect documents, I then recommend to the HOD to say, yes, I believe that there should be further investigation and so on. I do not decide on whether it's going to go ahead or not.
Can I just check this? That paragraph 8.2 that you're discussing now, where requests for investigations must be submitted to you, this new arrangement is in August 2023, and then IPID report is in September.
Yes, it's signed September, but served in the city in November.
Okay, I think it doesn't matter. The point is it's after this new arrangement in place. So you would have been, according to A2, you would have been the one to authorize an investigation before disciplinary action was instituted against Brigadier Mkhwanazi, if there was compliance with the IPID directive. How would it be?
I just want to, you mean to institute disciplinary action?
Well, A2 says requests for allegations to be investigated must be submitted to you for you to confirm the allegations, consider the evidentiary material, and submit a report to the HOD. So what I'm checking with you is, according to this A2, if there had been implementation of the IPID report, which was still outstanding at that time, right? The city manager knew that IPID was conducting an investigation. That's according to the evidence before us. I don't know what you knew at the time, but you would have, this A2 would have landed you on your desk with whatever material was going to be presented at the disciplinary hearing for you to confirm the allegations, to consider the evidentiary material, and then to submit a report to Human Resources.
No, sir, not in external regulatory bodies. IPID is a law enforcement agency, similar to the SRU, similar to Public Protector, and so on. Those reports, when they come through, we have the option to consider. I consider all the reports, and then we decide what is the next route. Do we go in for a review? Do we address them for further to get more information? And that has been happening, the process.
No.
This was for the internal processes.
Okay. Let's take out the review of the IPID report, because we know you did not do that. And we know the MMC, you drafted a letter where the MMC, in fact, forget the letter, you say the MMC said to you that the report must be implemented, right? So we are at a point where there's supposed to be disciplinary action, because that is what is directed should happen. And the MMC has said that must happen. You must implement that report. So what I'm checking with you is A2. In terms of A2, you would have been the one that looks at the allegations for disciplinary charges. So someone would have had to prepare a charge sheet, because this is now in place by the time you get to the IPID report.
Chair, this process laid out here is for all internal matters. IPID matter, being an external matter with a directive and recommendation and so on, would go, and MMC says implement, it would then go to the functionary, being the head of department and the HR department to continue with that. We looked at as to say that what are the legal ramifications or concerns that we could have, and then, but it's unrelated to this document.
So you're saying Chief Mapieye would have been entitled with Mr. Ngniza to carry on and get whatever necessary approvals from Ms. Kasheka, and you would not be reviewing the evidentiary material?
Not for the external part. We looked at the review or not even a review, to look at what are the challenges that we could have, but that's from a different compliance perspective. It doesn't impact upon that issue or the process of Chief Mapieye.
So you would not have become involved
No.
in the disciplinary action, that's what you're saying?
No.
This was not going to apply to the IPIDS directive?
It would not, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Can we then go to page 30 of Mr. Ngliza's statement, which deals with the second anonymous email? And paragraph 98 of his statement.
Yes, thank you, I have it.
He then says, on 2 September 2023, a further email was received from Kiki. This email was longer than the first one and went into some detail implicating of Dr. Mashazi in shielding Brigadier Mkwanazi from his disciplinary proceedings. Kiki even mentioned that my powers to do my work had been restricted in order to protect Brigadier Mkwanazi, and he then attaches it. He then says, on the 7th of September 2023, so 5 days later, I was served with a pre-suspension letter and suspended soon thereafter. What was your involvement in his pre-suspension in light of the new directive that had been issued on the 22nd of August 2023?
On his pre-suspension letter, there was a complaint that came through from Mexu. That was a criminal complaint lodged by Mexu to the police. It was being investigated by the Detective Sergeant Madubanye.
You say it was a complaint from?
From Mexu. Mexu is it's a union, a minority union in the city of Ekurhuleni, where they raised a criminal complaint on fraud in terms of his qualifications. The police officer was investigating the matter. He came and saw the HOD HR. I was called into that meeting because when it comes to police officers and dealing with them, I come through to see what is actually needed. There was a subpoena issued and we proceeded there. Then that pre-suspension was as a result of that. I didn't involve myself in that pre-suspension letter that would have been created by the HOD HR.
But would there have been a decision prior to the issuing of the suspension letter that the allegations must be investigated? There would have been a request for these allegations to be investigated that resulted in the pre-suspension, which is now within your domain because the request must come to you.
There was already a police investigation out. There was a criminal case that was opened. Those were already being investigated by the police officer. In the course of that, the HOD then requested for verification.
Let us adjourn, will indicate when we'll come back. Sorry for stopping you mid-sentence.
Page 21 of our letter.
I think it's 324. We don't have to go there. You know the document I'm talking about. The draft report to IPID or the draft response to IPID.
Yes.
What is contained in that document? Your attitude to the IPID report.
I discussed the content of that letter. So it
Is
would have
that what you
included
told the city
It would
manager?
have included the entire document.
That the charges are not sustainable?
We believe the charges are not sustainable. Yes, correct.
So then how can you expect a city manager to proceed to charge Julius Mkhwanazi if you yourself told her that the charges are not sustainable?
Because of the process, we're still embarking to clarify it, but I did tell her that, yes.
Yeah, but if the charges are not sustainable, you cannot charge Julius Mkhwanazi.
But I explained to her what the process is. So at that stage, it is not sustainable, but we are engaging with the IPID to get clarity on aspects.
But you never engaged with IPID. You said so yourself that the letter never went out and you never followed up to ensure that it goes out.
Yes.
So
whenever-
in fact, you blocked the process because you didn't engage with IPID. You told city manager that you are engaging with IPID. That's how the process will go forward. And then you never engaged with IPID, which means you stopped any chance of Mkhwanazi being disciplined.
Chair, I never engaged with IPID because we were in the process of doing the letters to IPID to clarify what are we going to address. So I never engaged with IPID. I never blocked any process.
Advocate Behari, we are now looking backwards. We're not looking forward. We are 2 years later. We're looking back. You did not engage with IPID, which means it is you. You said to the city manager, the process will be, I will engage with IPID. But you did not do that. So the process stopped because you did not do what you told the city manager you were going to do.
Chair, what I said to the city manager was, in terms of the content of our letter, which was speaking on fraud and corruption, it was not talking about stopping the disciplinary process, which was addressed to Chief Mapieye. The issues that are raised with city manager on the fraud of corruption was, we were in the process of dealing with the issues, and I said to her, this is what the content of our letter is.
I repeat myself, how can they charge Mkhwanazi when you have said to them the charges are not sustainable?
Chair, the issues we raised in terms of that, if they want to charge them in terms of what IPID says, it was a directive from IPID to that. Of course, later on we said it's a recommendation and we had our discussion on that. But I said to the city manager that we are engaging to clarify these issues. This is why it is vague at this stage. It's not about stopping any issues of proceeding to charge Mkhwanazi.
Thank you. I'm going to leave it there.
If you, head of legal, say to the city manager, there is no merit, these allegations, because the formulation of the charge is based on facts. There are certain facts. In your long letter, you have given a response. You say to IPID, this letter that never goes out, you say to IPID, Mkhwanazi did nothing wrong. That's really what you've done. You say Mzolo gave him tasks to do, right? And then Mkhwanazi is telling you that when he put forward the MOU and he put the donation letter forward, it was all accepted the donation. It was all in execution of his tasks. That's one. Yeah. 2, you say he didn't register vehicles. Stain registered to those vehicles. So Mkhwanazi has nothing to do with that. It's always been the practice to receive donations. Stain explains that. So Mkhwanazi did nothing wrong. So Mkhwanazi sent the MOU to the Chief of Police, and the Chief of Police, the fault of the Chief of Police that it was not completed and signed. So in that long letter, you basically say Mkhwanazi did nothing wrong. You answer to the facts. He did nothing wrong. Now, how would you, and that's what you tell the city manager. That response is given to the city manager. That's what you tell her. How could she, and Chief Mapieye, when he becomes aware of this, but forget him for the purpose of what I'm putting to you, how could the city manager then take disciplinary steps against Mkhwanazi if you, head of legal, have given responses why what IPID is saying is unsustainable? Because remember, IPID is saying he's guilty, he's committed to this conduct. You say he didn't. Look at the authorization that he had when he was acting. look at Steyn, what Steyn says. Look at the practice. Look at what the chief of police failed to do. That's a complete that's an answer from you. On what basis would the city manager then proceed to charge him?
Chair, the issues of which I've raised in the letter was not about IPID or to finding that Julius Mkunazi did not do anything. It was about consideration of, in the IPID report, consideration of the affidavit of Julius Mkunazi, where he said he was given this authority. If you had gone there and then done an extended investigation and found that there was no such authority, it was concretized our case, Chair. So it's not about saying that we're finding that Julius Mkunazi did not do anything. He raised in his affidavit to say, I was given these positions, I was dealing with these MOUs, I was dealing with these issues. And the issue to IPID was then, but have you considered the substance of what Mkunazi was doing?
You don't just say, have you considered? You actually say he did nothing wrong. And I'll read you a paragraph randomly. In that letter, at paragraph 6, you say, at the time of the vehicle registration, the benefit of in brackets, you say getting more vehicles, would have accrued to the city had the deal been approved. The cost incurred in the registration was a step forward, was a step towards obtaining the benefit on behalf of the city. It will be challenging to argue that the registration costs constitute prejudice to the city. The registration costs should not be viewed in isolation, but as part of the entire process of acquiring the benefit on behalf of the city. So your theme throughout is no, but this was to the benefit of the city. You say that, no. And it doesn't matter whether it's criminal or disciplinary process. You, head of legal, are saying this whole transaction was for the benefit of the city. He did nothing wrong.
Chair.
And you tell that to the city manager. How can the city manager charge him for that? For registering these vehicles, for incurring the cost of registering these vehicles?
Chair, as if the donation had completed legally, the intention was very clear to have benefited the city. That is what we were speaking to. It wasn't about him.
It wasn't to benefit the city. The vehicles were never going to be transferred to the city. We've looked at the MOU. Don't reprise what that MOU says. We've looked at it. We've looked at all those documents. We've had Brigadier Mkwanazi here. Those vehicles were never intended to come to the city. They remained with Mr. Matlala's company because that was the intention. They were never intended. So they were going to be driven, and it happened that way. They continued to be used by Mr. Matlala's people, not your city. So there's no benefit that came out of it to the city. The MOU contains nothing that says these will come to the city. You say there's nothing wrong with all of that. And you say that to the city manager. So what I'm putting to you is when the city manager says, I was advised by head of legal that there's no merit or the complaints are unsustainable, and so I could not discipline. Forget her motives, and I couldn't discipline. There's nothing wrong in her saying that, because her head of legal has expressed the views that he has expressed in this letter.
Yes.
Yes.
So I have expressed that view, Chair, and I said to, and then the document details why. Now, in respect of, you say it was never intended to, at the stage when we considered that report, there was no linkage to say that it was never intended for. The only issue we picked up even from the initiation was it was a donation to the city. A donation then will speak to a document or vehicles or whatever the donation item would be, being transferred to and being used by the city. So if there was an intention never to transfer the vehicles or never to bring it back to allow to be used by elsewhere, I don't see that anywhere in that, Chair. Specifically mentioned. But if it is a donation, understanding that part from a donation, that would have covered that the city would be the ones benefiting.
You see, we're having this discussion with you. We've had the benefit of the evidence of Brigadier Mkwanazi even, and the documents that are involved in this. And from that evidence, we know that it was never the intention to deliver the vehicles to the city. We know that. They were always going to remain with Mr. Matlala.
Okay.
That is the evidence,
so,
right? You say that was to the benefit of the city, because that's what you're saying. In fact, you say, on the contrary, again, I pick another random paragraph. You say it is difficult to see how CAT benefited from the registration of the vehicles as they transferred ownership of their vehicles to the city. Well, he benefited because he was driving around in unmarked vehicles that when they are checked on the system, they are known to be EMPD vehicles. So they opened doors for him to go wherever he wanted under the name of the EMPD. And then you say, on the contrary, CAT sustained a loss of assets while the vehicles were registered in the name of the city. There's no basis for you to say that. He always had control of these vehicles. The city is the one that stood to benefit, particularly considering that EMPD had a shortage of vehicles and there seemed to be no effort from the chief of police and senior management to address this. The purpose of the vehicle registration was to increase the number of vehicles to be used by the EMPD. There's no facts for you to say that. There was no facts whatsoever, not from the documents, not from anything that Brigadier Mkhwanazi said, because in that warning statement that you pulled out, the warning statement, it does say that they returned, they were never delivered to the city, right? So I don't know what facts you are relying on when you say they would have increased the vehicles to be used by the EMPD, because they never came to the EMPD.
In that,
But don't lose sight of what this part of the discussion is.
Yeah.
This part of the discussion that Commissioner Khumalo started with you is that you advised the city manager, you spoke to the city manager. She saw this long letter, but you also had a discussion with her. So when she says, my head of legal says that the complaints or the allegations against Brigadier Mkhwanazi are not sustainable, she's right. That's what you've said. She's right. You said that to her.
Chair, on two aspects, I just want. The first one is, at the time we considered the document, Mkhwanazi's evidence, of course, was not there. We considered the document purely looking at the IPOD report, and we crafted our response in that regard. So yes.
But you also had his statement, warning statement, because if you didn't have the warning statement, then it raises another question. When you say to IPIT you didn't consider Mkhwanazi's statement, what would you have been referring to, right? So you must have that side. Otherwise, you're commenting on incomplete information.
We did have sight, and hence that is the document we refer to here. When Commissioner Khumalo mentioned the other document from, I think, this is why we had the insight. We asked him, did you consider the impact of that? Because in the documents what was contained there, it's referred to functions continuing to deal with the issue of functions given to him by Mzolo, which included the drafting of the MOUs, and for looking at then the donations issue. So that in that statement of his linked to the IPOD report, it spoke about donations. So when you say it was not transferred, the vehicle was transferred into the name of City of
They were
Ekurhuleni.
never given to the city. They were never available to EMPD to use. And the MOU does not say they were going to be delivered to the city. That's the simple point I'm making, and that's a fact. The MOU, if you read that MOU, and I'm hoping that when you expressed these views here, you had considered all the documents, and that would include the MOU. And if you did read that MOU does not say they will be given to the city, right? It says they will remain with CAT VIP, those vehicles.
Yes, Chair, the MOU stated that. But in terms of and this is why we asked with regards to the IPOD report. If you look at paragraph 11 of his document, CAT VIP would donate 4 vehicles which would be registered under the City of Ekurhuleni to be utilized by EMPD officers. Okay. So when he came here and said no, it was used by them, at that stage when we crafted this document, there was no such thing before us. And the
I accept that. I accept that. We can move.
Thank you. And then come back then to Commissioner Kumalo. So
Yes.
the basis of us informing was based on the consideration of that, where we come to the letter that was drafted, and I would have informed city manager based on this. There are issues that are vague, which we will be addressing.
So,
And these issues that are vague, I don't see what is vague in the IPIT letter, and you and I had that discussion yesterday. When you say they are vague, there are issues that are vague, and you tell the city manager, and she relies on that not to institute disciplinary proceedings, because that's her interest, right?
Yeah.
Her interest is not in the criminal case. Her interest is that disciplinary action be taken. What the DPP does is a different process altogether. It's an IPIT DPP process. Your organization's role in this, and that's why I don't understand why you wrote this letter, but the role of your organization arising from the IPID investigation and report to you is the directive to institute disciplinary proceedings. It's the one thing you don't address because you say it's with MAPIA, but you go and comment to the city manager to say these charges are not sustainable.
Yeah. Chair, we crafted that on the basis, and said even from yesterday, the functions that were given to us is to look at the fraud and corruption part. We focused on that issue. There was no link to the HR processes in any way in the document. We focused on the fraud and corruption for our processes going forward with impact and so on. In that, because you're dealing with a holistic document, we analyzed the report of IPID, and those were the issues we found would be vague in terms of what we still needed to address.
Was it your initiative to analyze the report, to analyze the fraud and corruption part of this report? Did you, without prompting, choose to do that?
Chair, city manager would give us the, can we look at the criminal aspects of this issue?
No, she did not do that because in your statement you don't say that. In your statement you tell us what she said to you. So she didn't say to you.
In her statement, or in my statement, sir?
In your statement, I'll read, I think Ms. Ngube, if you could refer to that paragraph. You do tell us what she said to you, and it has nothing to do with what you end up doing. I'll find it. We looked at it yesterday. I put it to you yesterday. Yes, here, if you look at your paragraph 181 of your statement, you say the city manager requested that the Legal Services Department prepare a draft response acknowledging receipt of the report and addressing certain technical issues that IPID had not clarified, including the status of matters referred to the Director of Public Prosecutions for decision. We know your letter doesn't do that. The scope and confidentiality of the report, we know your letter doesn't do that. The distinction between preliminary investigative observations and findings capable of immediate implementation, your letter doesn't do that. So you do tell us what the instruction from the city manager was. And
Yes, Chair.
this suggests that you went and did your own investigation of the charges.
It's not the investigation, Chair. It's an assessment of what is contained in that report.
Yeah, that was your initiative.
So-
it
so
didn't
in-
come from the city manager.
Yes, so we briefed the city manager on that and said, so before we moved forward, we had to clarify all of the issues. So that is what the extent of it was.
Before you move forward with doing what?
With-
Because remember the letter from IPID is very specific. It asks only of one thing. Ask one thing of you, which when I say you, I mean the city. It's institute disciplinary proceedings. So when you say we need to clarify before we go forward, what is the going forward to?
The going forward to deal with the other issues she's raised, Chair, which is in terms of, okay, the classification it was already there, but at least on the evidence that we would be requiring to move forward in terms of first clarifying the fraud and corruption, that seems to be instrumental as well to the criminal aspects we were looking at, and for our own interest in terms of the impact and counsel. It would have also had an overlay into the disciplinary processes because of the evidence that was required. So that is what the basis
So
was to
say that
clarify.
last part about the disciplinary process, you say?
It would have had a leg in terms of the evidence being tested. If as we got a response from that aspect, it would have had a leg on the disciplinary as well.
So if you got the answers that you were looking for, you are saying that would also feed into the disciplinary process?
It would feed into disciplinary.
Okay, thank you.
Advocate Bear,
Let us adjourn and resume at 2:10.
I'm having more fun in my life now than I think I've ever had. I'm enjoying America more now than I've ever enjoyed it. Every day.